Ink's still here. Holy balls. And he's oh, hot minute. God. Spider venom glands. Toxic. Recipes are. Sulfur. Could have activated. Bars barely move. Go party. Click. Lag, bro. As mine thing's working. Gonna have to be a little more specific because there's no lag on my end. It would most likely be. I'm not seeing any frame drops issues on my end, and all the other streams are working just fine, so I don't know. Not my thing. I'm also playing the game just fine. I'm in a Discord call on top of that, so if there were issues on my end, one of these things would be failing. No way. It was still too early? Shame. Where am I from? The United States. guess I better turn on the old LFG. These may be fun. Making gremlin nighttime friends with friends. Your Indonesian passion about content. Which content are you passionate about? Oh, that's fortunate. Oh, hello, King. Make it to 21. Stay in the Discord column. We wanted wolf. Oh, I should have gone to the ice cave. Angle. If you make it? 21? Hey, Ecturth. Ecturth? I have time to shout out. Ek. Got it. Hello and welcome. Great. For the raid. Here to stay. Hello and welcome. How much farming did you do while I was gone? Yeah, this place is actually pretty rough for us. We were really only here for, you know. I'm just kind of working my way through here. You're near where you are. Awesome. Actually, going past this area, we're going Eastern Plains. That's where the good fight is. Oh yeah, I need your exposed. Now that you're here. Cast far less spells. And hello, NY New York official. Why did I say NY? New York. Or is it Nye? Still Nye official? Hello and welcome. Midnight Gremlin Hour. That's why I should just change this whole thing to be. We're just now the Midnight Gremlin Hour. I mean, somewhere else it's not the Midnight Gremlin Hour, but. You know. It won't matter when Midnight Gremlin Hour to us. That was a really good chunk there. Those dots, man, I see them ticking. What's the objective tonight? Well, we're gonna hit 21. That's gonna be our start. Second objective beyond hitting 21 is gonna be to maybe make friends. Make a couple of meat shields that'll lead the way. Oh, Nyx is on. I want a kitty. When were we handing out free kitties? Well, to be fair, I'm more of a dog person. I'll take a cat. Not picky. Did you also kill that bear? They put anything? I don't know why I'm so excited to check for like new content. Not gonna be new. No. Did I go the wrong way? I went north. We're supposed to go west. Oh. What's in Eastern Plains is 20. You go to Eastern Plains as early as 16 to fight ticks, rats, snakes. When you hit 19, 20, you can fight the Gleamers and the Wolves and the Panthers and the Lynxes all reliably. I mean, that also depends on your class, really, but there's a lot over there. And it's all better than everything in Avondire. So if Avondire starts to hit that point where you're not getting anything, heading over to Eastern Plains is the play, but it's a dangerous journey. It's very dangerous. So go with friends, unless you know the path, or risk it, because it's a long walk. It's a long, lethal walk, and there's no gear there. There's nothing good that drops. It's just literally good experience. And so you're going there, and you're going to get out of there. It's, You know, I'm kind of upset. We did get a pretty cool drop from a boss on a goblin thing. We could go farm the Terramorph stuff and, like, Bolt. If Nobunaga was on, we could probably go kill Bolt. Damn, you're hitting the orcs as early as 14? Brave man you are. Either or. Brave hero. Shaman and Wizfriend. Oh, Shaman's a good choice. It's me and my Necromancer. We're just chilling. Cinderlands. Ability wisdom, yeah, I think we got that. The gear here is just so weird. It's like it's definitely got to be that's got to be like a bard thing, because if a bard can heal, likely the heal's going to be on wisdom, and they're going to be an agility character, I think. And bard can't wear druid then maybe, I don't know, the cloth. No. It's not. It can't be for us. It just can't, dude. I don't understand. What are any of us supposed to do with that? I could use it for agility, but the wisdom's trash. Like, if it was agility... What? Wisdom is crit, sure. But, like, so you just gotta think of it this way, though. If my boots have... Why am I wearing wisdom agility boots? I think I am wearing it. Wisdom might be crit, but the problem is for casters, intelligence is crit, and intelligence is mana. And so with this being crit, it's not worth losing your intellect for the crit. If that makes sense. I think I didn't have boots before this, so that's why I took them. But wisdom for casters is just terrible. There's just no way, no reason, no rhyme. They need to make wisdom its own thing, because giving it spell crit doesn't make sense to me. You know what? It would be great. If you have nothing, it's fucking, yeah. I see. But what they should do is make wisdom like potency, armor pen. That would make it worth it for all casters. It's so confusing to me, the way they chose to do the stats. Spell crit and spell crit. They're the same stat, except they just wanted this to be for casters and this to be for healers. Ugh. Frustrating. Oh, I had stamina dex boots, right? I wanted the agility for ice. But that's the one thing I really like about wizards is, like, wizards can use strength, agility, and constitution. Weird stats to boost the powers of elements. I think that's super. I expect it'll change, yeah. It is still early. It's just one of those things that I'm worried it doesn't change, right? Like, yeah, it is early. It could change. It also might not change. You know, it's always that thing that just sits there. Ah, that's a good stagger. I think they might need to re-go through the wizard skills, though, because too much of it's all the same thing. I hope we get a little more diverse spells for wizard, but we'll see. Got 2 years. As far as I also understand, too, I heard a lot of the skills don't scale even though they say they do. Which is a little scary. Or like some of the nodes for stat scaling for the certain spells, they didn't even tell us which ones were not connected. So like if it said intelligent strength, there's a chance the strength one's not connected, so strength doesn't actually scale it yet. I don't want to know which one. I want to pretend like I'm still... Yeah, a lot of the tooltips really are outdated. Yep. In fact, there's developer notes still left on some of them, too. It says, developer note, please remove this one. It's like, whoops. It shouldn't do one of the 2 scalings because it wouldn't make sense. Take care, Leona. Have a good one. Oh, no. Well, I mean, if I'm not taking, I can erudite mind us. What does the pet need int for? As soon as I swap off my other thing, I'll show you. So, while the skeleton may seem pretty useless with intelligence, when you slap on Burning Weapon, and then you put Burning Weapon on them, the power of Burning Weapon scales on intelligence. Now, it's not going to go up much, but when it crits, watch out. It'll do one whole more damage. Burning Weapon scales on the person's intellect, because when you apply it to someone as a buff, it's their spell at that point, and therefore the effect of applying Burning Weapon is their intelligence crit chance. Same goes for rogues. So if a rogue's like, I don't need intelligence, well, you tell them, well, if you want your poisons to crit more, your poisons of all things, you're gonna need to be smart. Or sit on those rogues. I'll teach them. And I don't know if bleed counts as magic. That's something I need to look into. Ogre rogues are feeling sad? Why is that? Ogres can be rogues? I almost have to make an ogre rogue now, if that's true. I have to. Oh. I was gonna say. Freaking joke. Big ass rogue. Oh, that would be almost no intelligence. Can't they be necromancers? Are you gimping yourself if you make a necromancer ogre? Hey King, your pet stats, are they based on yours? Or does he have his own? I don't remember him having stats. I thought you said the pet stats were all 0, or... That'd be interesting if it did. That would mean you're more focused on the skeleton itself, which is pretty cool. Because sometimes I see Gear give me stats and sometimes he has mine. Huh. Pretty interesting. I know that, like, Summoner's Pet only scales on specific stats from Summoner. Oh, looks like I'll have to make my ogre necromancer. Like a super beefy skeleton. Get some sleep. Thank you very much. You take care. I know. I know. But the food systems also, they gotta, I don't know. They just, it's a placeholder until they do something with it. Well, yeah, but also, I mean, you shouldn't be eating crafted food just to like fill the bar, unless they should just let you make specific food that specifically just fills the bar a lot more, right? Like instead of having to eat stale bread, you can make a food that doesn't give stats, but it just fills the bar. That would make sense to me. Like those black tea leaves and water, make black tea, boom, suddenly it's 50% of the bar instead of like how much ever it is. Does the milk fill the bar more? I keep water on. Water keep me high. I keep 2 stacks. Like the idea of necromancy. It's like those commercials. Have you seen those commercials? Those old ones about cot milk, and like there's one with this farmer dude. And he's trying to lift a wheelbarrow, and the mom's trying to get her kids to drink milk. Goes lift the wheelbarrow's arms just rip off, and the kids start screaming. They run to just chug milk. Dude, those are funny. They do have it on YouTube. They have a lot of, like, there's actually something I found on YouTube where they have entire, like, days of, like, Adult Swim. They have the whole airing of Adult Swim. And, like, it has the commercials. It's got the in-between cuts. It's got the shows. Everything. It is so different. Like, life is just so different. Kind of miss it, to be honest. Like, I miss the whole in between the midnight stuff. That's just nostalgia. Just like being up at night, those weird ass, like, people in the pool, time to get out of the pool. Right thing. It was stupid. Yeah. For all this, only half a bar of experience. No drops though. But you got some. Got so many rooms. I'm just upset that there's like this whole crafting system we can't use yet. But all these runes, all this dust, and we've already found better gear than the best crafted in the game. That would be difficult to code. Yeah, I think. I mean, I wouldn't hate the idea either, but I understand why they wouldn't. I think they just need to have enough schematics are worth working towards. Like, that's actually supposed to be part of the whole faction thing. They're supposed to have, like, a whole bunch of schematics or factions that you can only obtain while raising your faction with. Well, we don't know that. Like, there's Dark Flame, there's the Altharian cult, there's the Brood of Agnaroct. Spiders summon dead, mind-controlled humans that blow up. Never know. But in terms of blueprints, I'm sure they'll all sell something. He did just resist both. Bullshit. Yeah, this place is supposed to be level 30 to 40. This is like end game right here. Yeah, we could probably take out the Wind Griffin and end our pass too. Sai is, or Nyx is on, but we do need a tank. Strungle. Or big. Takers. Wait him out. Yeah, Scorpion, right? Scorpions. Well, he messed me up. That was very nice. You scared to move forward? Want to see something scarier? You can move now. I've got him on my tail. Oh, we can make this funnier. Oh, it's already gone. Oh, that was fun. Oh, I just angered him. I mean, I got past him, but I came back for you, so I just angered him and then I ran. Better condense some mana. I certainly hope I'm not bleeding. I would be ashamed to die like that. Once we hit 21, we've got to get the others up, because I think we can do Fort next. I don't know if Fort drops gear, but it might. Oh, your skeleton just get back there. Where'd he go? Did he die? Once you expose that wolf on plastic. The only sad part about this whole section is it's so underdeveloped. Alright, come on, ice. There we go. still. But are the wild bloods just werewolf people? Because they're standing side by side. You need bat meat? You even use mountain lion meat? The raptors feel so out of place. I don't know. Might just be me. Hot minute. The hell was that? But there was a satyr? Yeah, they got the pack bus +2 traits, dude. They're so gross. I couldn't imagine accidentally pulling two. They just so fast. Hello, Vivian. How you doing? How you doing? What have ye done? I'm 12 on a shaman. You created 3. Nice. Very awesome. That's good progress. Why would you hate yourself? That seems like a plus in all dangles. I need a doctor. Oh yeah, concealment food, nothing. Haven't slept properly? I never sleep properly. We all need doctors if that's the case. How are you liking your shaman then? Pretty good, I assume. Raptor. Enhance your bow. Constitution shaman. Wonder how much constitution you need to actually get the buffs going. Wonder how they're gonna address the balance of that. Shaman buffs are so damn good. You gave up on the game yesterday? Howdy, hi Gray. What happened? Gave up. Heartbreak. Other than that, I got a basic 11. Good wisdom, good healing, good buffs. Can't complain. Oh my gosh, it's dinosaurs and ducks. So out of place. One day we'll get you, Grazer. One day. Too much wasted time. The game needs to cook longer. Didn't like the Druid at all after watching the video yesterday that was put out. Wait, there was a video yesterday put out for Druid? The game's definitely got to cook. It is definitely not a complete game. We're definitely in the raw stage. Joppa was streaming the Druid. Now I gotta look this up. Did they post it anywhere I can find? Pantheon Rise of Druid Showcase. on that. That's 4 years ago, 5 months ago. Guess I'd have to go to his Twitch channel. Do they have in? I'm shocked they just don't have his stream up front. Kinda. Maybe from his Instagram I can. One sec. Not link. Got the link tree, but huh. All I asked for was an EQ class to do and said we got something else. How different is it? Is it really? I kind of want to see it. I don't know what a Japavash is. That up on Twitch in a second. That's part of the reason I kind of don't. I don't know if streaming is such a good thing as a dev to give away all your secrets. Maybe it is. Switch, alright, I'll go check it out. Twitch.com/Japavash. Oh. We're here. Druid enters the fray. Okay. Add. Well, it's nice to know that druids at least are. He playing as the.
It's one of the things that allows for a lot of Psy, because of who they are, has made with Terminus and the way that that bond has allowed for, you know, certain
Explaining lore. Hold on, I gotta keep going back till.
Number one. Number two,
all right, we'll listen to.
There's still finishing work to be done as well on the visuals. Cody's just started on the VFX pass for the Druid fairly recently, so there's going to be some gaps, some things that are kind of representative, but they're not fully fleshed out yet. So again, this is not like a big formal, you know, Druid release reveal. This is the first time the Druid has been pretty well integrated into the game, where enough of their kit is present to get a good feel of how they're going to be. We also today are going to we're going to take a look at some of the art that we've been working on alongside everything else, just kind of show off a few new things that are coming. I think you guys will be excited about. And then I wanted to make a discussion today as well about
the pet
the torches
is the healer
and the light sources and just that whole thing.
Wait,
because
Shaman does the same
it's
thing,
a
except
hot
the
topic
pet
right
doesn't
now.
heal.
And actually, there's two discussions that I'd like to have. One is torches. The other one is the itemization. And I think there's enough kind of lack of clarity maybe of our intent and our intentions and kind of how we're viewing these things, that it's maybe causing some unneeded questions and whatnot. But those look like two of the more hot topic kind of discussions that are happening right now. So I thought it'd be good for us to discuss that. Before we begin, let me give a quick shout out. Some quick shout outs, if you will. Baron D.
Where am I going? This is a bad spot.
Cyrenium.
Oh, that's a bad spot. Don't go up there. What am I doing?
Archon. We'll go with Archon. Archon is Ivy, I think is the name. Thank you for the Prime subs. And Archon, thank you for the Tier 1, the 6 months Tier 1 sub, and the 6 months of support. Thank you so much. Primus, my friend. Thank you for the Tier 1.
The only bright spot for me was the Druid has a
so much,
sow.
A
pig?
Grimbeard, thank you for the Prime. And the 2 months of support. Raydill with the Prime. And the 8 months of support, Raydill. Thank you so much, man. 210 and Small Door with the Prime subs. Thank you so much. And Yuzo with the Prime as well.
Water?
Appreciate that, guys. Big time. Big time. Mina, thank you so much for the
Definitely
raid
not
as well.
supposed to be there.
Welcome new viewers. Welcome new chatters. We're going to start digging in here.
Got that, Wolf?
I read the subs because I like reading the subs. It feels right to me. Feels right for me to do that. I do want to get quicker at it, faster at it, but it feels right. It does. Count Cogpox, thank you so much for the Prime. Now, the Druid. So, the Druid is a healer. Primary role is a healer. And what I've been working to do, as I've been working on the Druid, is get kind of the vision for how I want this class, not only to, like, their unique aspects of them. Yeah, I'll circle around. You guys can see a little better. Little Druid here, little halfling Druid. I want them to be unique. You know, just like the goal with all of our classes is to make them unique, make them distinct, to give them opportunities for a little bit of a different play style. And one of the things that's really kind of captured me about the Druid is the idea of it being a very mobile healer and also a very indirect healer. And some of the very first things I ever said about the Druid back in, like, I think 2017, 2018, something like that, was exactly that. Like, I wanted them to be an indirect kind of healer. And what that means is reactionary heals, heals that require, you know, the articulation of a couple of different elements for the heal to result. AoE healing, proximity healing, and a few other things that we'll get into.
So hero,
like
hero shooter. It's gonna
like
be
that.
the character just like dancing around.
So the vision there was let's try and create a healer that is very different, very unique, in that there's not a lot of direct healing, and even the healing that they do have is very kind of like disassociated in a way. And that sounds like a negative thing to say, or a negative way to put it, but it's not. Like, I think it's feeling really good. The other major thing about the Druid, and one of the things that I wanted to be really unique about this class too, is the idea that they would have this kind of secondary character, if you will, that is part of, like, helping them do what they do. And that's what Herode is. This idea of this. It's a ward of Masai. Masai is a halfling celestial, but the way that the lore goes, the bond that Masai, because of who they are, has made with Terminus, and the way that bond has allowed for, you know, certain people to develop the kind of connection and relationship with the world that the Druids have. There's kind of this, I mean, you can think of it in a way like EQ, in EQ, where you had, you know, Inaruk being like the dark elf kind of, every dark elf in a way was kind of like associated with Inaruk. Kind of a weird analogy because Messiah is not evil at all. And the halflings weren't cruelly created by Messiah. I'm sorry, the druids weren't cruelly created by Messiah or anything like that. But it's just a point to say, whether you're a human or a halfling or an elf or an ogre, there's this connection with Messiah as like the kind of druidic celestial that kind of makes all this work and kind of holds all this together. And so Hirode is the name of this manifestation of
Discord,
Messiah that's meant to be like a companion to the
my
druid.
bot's offline right now, so
and
requests myself.
we're probably going to do something
I got you.
different for like the ogre, because Messiah is manifests as like this small white fox that I think works really well for the halflings, for the elves, even for the humans. For the ogre, not as much. So, but the reality is Messiah is kind of capable of, you know, taking the forms of lots of different animals. So we'll probably do a bear for the druid. I think that would be more fitting for them. But that's a little bit of just some very light lore background to say the druid is very much connected to Messiah as this ward that they interact with to do their role. So a lot of what the druid does, I mean, if you want to boil it down and get like real specific, you know, think of the druid as in some ways somewhat of a pet-based healer in a way. And I think it'll, you know, like everything, it'll make more sense as we get into it. But that's one of the things I think that makes them also very unique, and it's one of the things that allows for a lot of mobility with the class, because they're able to work with their pet, you know, to move or to position the pet in different places and can play off of that.
This game's got a lot of pet play. Like there's a lot of classic.
Not to mention that, you know, there's a lot of support related abilities that I've been waiting to put into the game because I wanted to introduce them through the druid. We've got lots of travel-based abilities. I'm trying a little something a little more unique with their invisibility. Druids also are intended to, as a primary healer, they're intended to be able to flex periodically into like a DPS role. That's kind of their intended flex. So we'll look at a little bit of that today, primarily through their Call Lightning ability, which I'm pretty stoked about.
They're going super old school with the names on
I'm trying to think if there's anything else by way of an overview. Yeah. It would be nice if we could use ogres as horses.
Hello, Sai. How you doing?
You know what I mean?
We killed a goblin boss last night. So, aren't you going to bed soon, or did you just wake up?
Craving lore. Yeah, I know. Everybody is. It's coming. Druid before PvP launch or not?
You got Invis too?
Probably.
Playing in an hour. How short are your PvP or D&D sessions?
So, let's begin. The very first thing that I want to kind of stand out is like...
Oh, got an ad. I'm assuming you just woke up then, right? Posted your first message. Awfully. Oh, hi, Nix. Rate your bank. Ooh, that's clean. There you go. Yeah, the Gadai in the Gadai or the Shady Outdoorsman?
The basic ass. It was legit just a basic ass Gadai.
Huh? Unique and special about the druid is the affinity with animals. So druid, even though we've got some examples where the shaman and the ranger have, you know, certain specific affinities with certain animals. The druid is the first class that has more of kind of a blanket affinity, and what I mean by that is whether it's wolves, bears, large cats, small critters, you know, things like that, they have a friendly disposition towards the druid, and you'll see that reflected in the consideration messages and just in kind of one of the unique ways that the druid's going to be able to navigate around the world. It'll play into their ability to charm animals more easily, and things like that. But that is reflected in their wild-eyed wanderer trait. Your covenant with the natural world has cultivated a unique sense of trust from the animals and firmness, making most of them unlikely to attack you unless provoked. So it doesn't mean that you can't attack them if you want to, but it's just kind of that fundamental, you know, affinity layer that EverQuest introduced that I think most of us remember, know, and love so much as part of the identity of this class. Right out of the gate, the druid is going to start with their Verdant-Fire line of abilities. So Verdant-Fire is kind of the lore name of the energy that druids use for much of what they do. It is a very special, unique green flame that is a natural-based magic. So it's not. In some cases, it will do fire damage, but in most cases, it does nature damage. But the very first thing you're going to get right out of the gate, I hate that I parked myself here because I don't want to slaughter deer. Let me find a better. Let's go get some skeletons.
So he's in the game, but he's
Some skellies.
he's got GM powers, so you can teleport super fast. Pretty funny. People just
But
watching
I wanted
me.
for the druid for that first kind of, you know, your first kind of moments in the world. I wanted to really reinforce that they are more of like an arcane, like caster-based healer. Let me go ahead and get Verdant-Fire Bolt Dart out here. Yeah, we're gonna talk about light sources. What's funny to me is like it's still super dark, right? I did. In all fairness, I did go in. It was either yesterday or the day before, and I reduced the power of the torch a little bit.
What?
Just a little bit.
Why?
As far as like the amount of light it gives off and how far it casts its light. Just because, I mean, it's the first torch, right? Like,
If you don't have the other torches in, do you?
it's the first torch.
First torch. I'm hating on the first torch. I wanted a pet class.
Yeah,
I
the thing
played
you're gonna start
Mage
off with
Necro.
First is your. Remember,
I don't
I'm in
even
the
get a
editor,
pet
so
unless you
most
count the
likely with
flamey
these spells,
orb
first time I
thing,
use them,
or
we're gonna-
just buff. But
Oh no, yeah. I've been in it before, so got your Verdant-Fire Dart.
to my understanding, though, EQ still had pets. Though they could charm the animals, and they could whatchamacallit, they get a bear. I mean, a crappy bear, mind you, but bear. So he shoots green bolts, fire. Okay.
It is a projectile, yes. I love how not over the top it is. It is a spell projectile, yes. Yes, we've been working on the projectiles in the new visual effects system. And
We're gonna have projectiles.
They're looking pretty hot now. So we need to start getting some of those back in. Especially for our wizzies.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have projectiles as wizard?
Have been wanting for cool spell effects or anything.
Alright, gotta tackle this
All right. Now,
like actual projectile. Like he when he casts a spell, a projectile, instead of just like insta hitting it, a projectile shot out.
bear that in mind. At level 2, we're gonna get Verdant-Fire Seed. This is
Like how this fire spell is just
one
gonna
of the
explode
most
instantly.
Critical staple parts of your healing kit as a druid, okay? what it does, Verdant Fire Seed, cast it on yourself, cast it on the target, and it does two things. First, it puts a absorption shield, basically a protection, a shield of protection around them, absorbing incoming damage up to a certain point. When that shield breaks, or when the shield falls off, then it heals the target for a flat amount. So, again, if
That's already better than Cleric Shield.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast it on myself. It's an instant cast. It gives me
Instant cast shield?
an amount
That
of
heals?
shielding, protecting me. And then as soon as it runs out, it's going to bloom and heal me for a
What?
amount of damage. Now, what we will probably do through Mastery, again, another one of those Mastery opportunities, is build in on top of the flat amount it heals an amount of healing that actually comes from the amount that's absorbed while the shield's active. So a certain percentage of the damage that's absorbed would then be added onto that flat amount. But this is your bread and butter. And the cool thing about this ability as kind of this fundamental
All right, but like
staple ability is
clerics
that
are the healers, and their shield's terrible.
And in some cases be pretty situational and pretty tactical in terms of what it can do. But yeah, that's your. And again, this is a lot of, like I said in the beginning,
Power
the
creep
is designed to
already?
be a very mobile healer, and so you're going to find like examples like this where you've got an instant cast. That you're able to use this while moving. You're able to use this, in under pressure a little bit easier. You'll also notice that it has this dominant growth debuff, and that's very similar to like the weakened soul debuff. It's just there to keep you from receiving a Verdant Fire Seed again for while that's active. Gel, until we get that fixed, yes. I mean, that's just a fundamental issue with the shielding right now. But the intention is for it to not. Like, it will... It's not supposed to do that.
Supposed to do what?
Next, we've got the beginning of this line, the Oaken Regeneration, or basically your regeneration line. This is a pretty simple line of spells. It is meant to be, just more of a growing, more powerful line of health regeneration. It's not a hot.
Hey,
it just increases
it's just
your
warning
health regeneration rate. And this first level of it increases your health regeneration by 1. It's going to make recovery faster. It's going to enable you to kind of replenish health in combat.
Yeah, apparently they revealed the
but then as this
druid.
grows and that health regeneration grows,
trying to see what I
it's gonna
missed.
get more and more powerful. It can also synergize with tree form. And tree form is kind of an extended, more powerful version of that. They stack at the same time. So while you're in tree form and with Oaken Regeneration, you have this twofold health regeneration happening. And yes, we do have tree form now properly rooted. Can't turn, can't move, can't jump on.
You literally turn into a tree? No. Oh, that's fun.
It's very likely that druids will eventually have the ability to do some things with weather. How far that's going to go, how that plays in, things like that, that's kind of still figuring that out a little bit. How we want the mechanics of that to work.
He had tree form before, but it was just cosmetic. That's it's just funny the way they have it right now. I would have more expected it to be would have expected it more to be like you root yourself and you kind of, grow roots into the ground and stuff, but not literally turn into a full-on tree. That's pretty fun. But then again, I play too many other fantasy games, so. And these Panthers are too high level for me. Seconds of ads.
We don't want it to be, I don't like the idea of druids like running through a zone, making it rain, and then leaving and just, trolling and such. Are we pretty committed to a tree? They do have animal transformations as well, yeah. We'll get into that in a bit.
Oh, animal transfer.
All right, so next in the list, we've got Beehive. So this is the beginning of your dot line. And it's as simple as it sounds, at least for right now, in terms of just being a dot on the target.
Bees on the target. The animal not attacking him.
But that is an ability line, so that will have upgrades to it and continue to get stronger as you level up. And so we got Creeper's Grip. So this is another one of your This is another one of your healing abilities.
Class doesn't interest you. As far as I understand, the ports are different though. Very different. So, like, the ports I've seen so far are the wizard's ports.
Druids can wear up to leather.
The ports are druids are leather. Come on, have they always been leather? Dude, the casters are all getting screwed
mana
here.
Regen. Will they be active like clerics and engage in combat, or passive like shaman and just sit around for regen? They're not intended to be like up close and personal. But I do have a couple of ideas in mind for their mana regeneration.
I like that his character doesn't look like
talking
a
about
hobo.
Herode a little bit. We'll go over that. All right, so Creeper's Grip. So this again is part of your ability, your healing arsenal. So go ahead and just lower my health here for a second. But when I cast Creeper's Grip on a target, that means while it's active, everyone that's beating on that target is going to get some health back every time they deal damage. So this is kind of a way for you to keep kind of a steady group drip of healing going on. It'll be, a pretty staple thing that you apply to targets as the group engages. It is a way for you as well, get quick little drive-by hits of health back. And of course, the more you boost that, the thicker those hits become. But it's just a nice way to get some health back. That's Creeper's Grip. That's a line as well, so that will improve as you get higher level.
A utility class? Well, we knew they were going to focus on healing more than anything.
It's melee damage only. That's one of the areas I'd like to see the ability through mastery expand, is to be able to include spell damage. But At the baseline, it's melee only.
Will include spell damage, but what about your projectiles from Ranger? That kind of thing?
Next, we've got Mantle of Leaves. All right. So this is your invisibility.
Oh,
So
hate invisibility.
we have some work just generally to do on invisibility. We have, like, the plan for invisibility is another one of those places that we want kind of that strong, like, EQ flavor to the spell. So with invisibility, there is this kind of known chance that it's going to fail early, right? And that was kind of some of the give and take of using invisibility in EQ, was that risk that you would be, right at the wrong place at the wrong time, and invis starts to fade, and you're frantically looking, for a way to get out of, to get away and wait for it to drop, find a place to recast it, things like that. So that needs to get in play and be working a little bit better, because I'd like to make invisibility better and more useful. But at the same time, I'm looking for those ways of creating some flavor and a little bit of differentiation between them. So for the druid, the invisibility spell, let me turn off GM.
Well, yeah. So druid was always meant to be a main healer. That was their role. There's only one support utility role in the game right now, which is enchanter. But druid, cleric, and shaman were the 3 healing classes. So they're all supposed to be healers. Shaman more focused on buffing, cleric the main healer, and then druid, I guess, as he explains, a mobile healer, which, yeah. So they were intending druids from the beginning, before we even knew what they were gonna do. Because, like, the roles they set them in have been pretty much what the classes have been. Like, it said tank, you were tanking, not DPSing in any way. Same goes for the DPS. Druid was 1, so the shaman, they got it backwards. Well, I mean, in EQ maybe, but in this game they had a list of they had a list of, like, the roles they intended the class to fill, and so frick, do I even have the one for Bard? Let me check. They have one for Bard, so we can learn what the Bard is going to be before before Bard is even released. They gave us what the class is supposed to do. Bard. They didn't even list the Bard. They list Druid? They listed Druid. I don't even know what they want Bard to do yet. Yeah, group role healer. But they appear, I'm sure is from old players who are attached to classes. They appeal. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people fighting for this not to be the next EQ, and a lot of people fighting for it to be the next EQ. So we'll see how it goes.
So level 8.
Hey, PC.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure I was...
Where are we at? Am I supposed to go down that way?
Good and attackable. So as I'm coming into this area where clearly there's a lot of things that would attack me, I'm going to aggro on... Nope.
I hate how close up he is to his character.
Yeah, I'm okay right here. Oh.
I like this.
And
yeah,
go ahead and use this.
And he was until he passed. But if I'm not mistaken, the full thing was Joppa was given the torch before Brad passed. Like, it was the thing that was, the expectations were set. I could have sworn they were still trying not to make EQ, were they? Was this the next EQ? I mean, the story is entirely different, right? They have a whole set of different lore. But I'm not 100% what is... Oh my god. Alright, we need to work quick on this raptor, please. We need a... You. Raptor. Everything. Oh, good. Jet. Well, that was spooky. Brad sold you on the game. You thought it was done. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Because I don't remember if I ever heard this game in development. I heard of Ashes of Creation when they started that, and I was told Ashes of Creation was trying to revive the MMO and like be go back to the roots of MMOs. And now I've seen it's just kind of not that. And then this one again said the same thing, but a lot of people are definitely comparing it to EverQuest, and then some people are trying to say it's not supposed to be EverQuest, but I've never gotten a clear answer. It's not like I talked to the developer or anything. Oh no, you definitely can. You definitely can see a ton of EverQuest in this.
So my invisibility now is engaged. It just wore off. Hold on. Oh, I know why I did. Did you see what happened to my mana? I can counteract that for the moment like this. Very strong, but and what I mean by very
that
strong
might be
is
a
this
rough thing for because it's even though it's close to EverQuest, I know a lot of things have changed from
invisibility
EverQuest.
that actually masks your scent and masks your footsteps as well. So it's this threefold invisibility, but it's draining your mana every tick. That's where the mana issue came from. Is that the drain needs to be adjusted? It's draining your mana every tick. And so, yes, aggro is on. And that's meant to give it just kind of a shelf life. So this is an invisibility for the druid that they're able to use somewhat tactically. You see it did just drop off there. So it does have a chance to drop. I just want to make that much more like noticeable. Like I want to give you like a window of time so you'll know like, hey, this is about to go away.
A lot better than EQ. Crafting's really good.
Yes, this is a druid.
I don't like this game for it being EQ though. Part of my worry is that it sticks too much to what EverQuest was, which to me EverQuest was not a bad game at all, but simplistic in the way that like spells and everything were handled. Like the wizards feel so simplistic right now.
I'm dropping biz.
In Vanguard, I haven't played Vanguard, but like the fact the wizard doesn't have any AoE spells and we're entirely chained on just single target, just damage, it's a little rough feeling. I mean, that's like super old school.
I also need to add the.
But also
where
boring.
if you take damage, it'll get knocked off.
Compared to, if I were to compare it to World of Warcraft.
It is a strong
Wizards.
invisibility spell. It's steadily
For a
gains
niche
your mana
game, who would I draw
while it's
upon?
active.
In terms of
And,
inspiration.
that's kind of the trade-off.
Because I'm not paying attention to this and stuff. Like, I would just take everything, and just mix it into one. I mean, when somebody hears of a mage or a wizard in all media of video games, magic is the only thing that really ties them. They're all very different, but the one thing is usually magic comes in the form of just being these very big spells that do things but drain the wizard of. I don't see modern players. I'm one. I'm a modern. I'm not an old school player. I mean, I did play old school, but I'm definitely a modern. But I liked games that have mechanics that challenge oneself, and as well as my problem with modern games is that their designs are extremely flawed in almost every way of not challenging you, not forcing you to be social. I think World of Warcraft was probably the best iteration of MMOs we got. It was the best version of all the old school stuff before it became retail. And like the newer version of what destroyed what good World of Warcraft was. It was a game that you got on, you made friends, you played together, and there was challenging, unique abilities, a lot of utility things, a lot of small things to do that weren't just, go grind. The crafting wasn't as good as this game. This game's got better crafting than the original Warcraft, I'd say 100%. But there was a lot of unique, interesting things that you could do, and it felt more like a Dungeons and Dragons, but modern, updated for a video game. And so this game kind of has that. It's kind of rocking that. My point is, who's the game for? New players? Well, that's a good question, because Joppa had released the intention of new players and all that. But ultimately, who's the game for? The game's for the people who want to play Pantheon. Gotta have its own identity. A game made for EverQuest is just EverQuest. So if those people want to play EverQuest, that's what EverQuest was made for. EverQuest wasn't made for any. Who was EverQuest made for? Probably the Ultima players, to be honest. Updated Ultima. But it's like, you don't need to make it for any player. You just got to make a good game. And be it inspired by EverQuest or be a copy of EverQuest, either way, just make a good game and people will. That's how it's always been. So, there are things in this game that they're obviously not going to harken back to old EverQuest days to an extreme degree, for sure. Like, they're likely staying away from the 1 week boss spawns. Well, Brad he's tied in too. But he would have made EverQuest 3 if EverQuest was his goal. Because why stray away from the lore and the world building and all that you have? Pantheon, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't have anything to do technically in terms of EverQuest's lore, so the background of it's a new way to experience something. Well, that also depends. Like, is he just rehashing the same lore he had for EverQuest? That I don't know. And if he is, or if they were, I don't know. Why not just make EverQuest remake? Like, why not? That would have been an interesting thing. Why wouldn't they just do that? Like, make it just completely remake. Doesn't have to be a carbon copy, but like remake, re-envision EverQuest wholly, and like update the graphics, update a few mechanics, the crafting system. I don't know. I think that would have been better than just adding on to the old, because if I'm not mistaken, they're still adding on to old EQ, aren't they? We're talking different things. The question is, who will play the game more, modern or old classic EQ players? I don't know. How many EQ classic players are there? That's I have no idea the size of the community of classic EQ. Now, who would play it more? Probably classic. But is that a big enough community to fund and keep the game alive? Is always the question. So if it's not, let's just say it's not for whatever reason, you would have to change and appeal to bring in people from the outside to fund for the people you intended to be for. Did I ever play it? No, I never did. I heard about it. I never played, I was not, like I said, I'm not an old school player, so I haven't played EverQuest. I know of it. I've been with people who've spent lifetimes in that game, told me everything, all the stories they had. I hope you're doing good, PC, by the way. But I never played EverQuest. I jumped into my first MMO with World of Warcraft, and then I went backwards and played a lot of MMOs, but EverQuest was not one of them. I think people are still playing P99. In fact, a lot of people that come to stream are people who played P99, 100%. It does. I think, honestly, if the game is fun, you'll take the punishing death. I think that these punishing deaths are... It's like Dark Souls, for example, right? Dark Souls was just a super hard game, and only the hardest good players would play it. And Dark Souls blossomed into a game that tons of people love, even if they're not that good. I don't see the market for new players in this genre. I do. There are people who do seek. You're not going to be World of Warcraft big, probably. I mean, you could look at World of Warcraft Classic. Classic drew in probably one of the largest crowds, just yearning for old school MMOs. If they get rid of EXP loss, I would keep playing. But is that EQ though? Did they get rid of EXP loss and EQ? The EXP loss for me drives me to not die. Like, there's no, and it makes a lot of interesting things because you don't want the people. It's like World of Warcraft hardcore. They outright lose their characters in that one, but people play it, and it's such a different dynamic that it's the same game as World of Warcraft, but it changes everything you do about playing that game because the risk of forever being lost is insanely high cost to all the time you put in. And so for this game, thank God it's not permadeath. I don't think I'd play the hardcore version of this, but it is a dynamic that makes you care very much not to die. EQ is a different piece. The game is in early access. Too many issues for EXP loss. It's possible. I mean, I don't know. I haven't bumped into an issue where I've died from an issue other than my own mistakes. But I mean, you're right. It is an early access, but we're far past the base alpha. We're in the they've got to test it at some point. So testing it now is more than kind of got to have it in there, especially since this is the most open the game has been since the founders were able to play the alpha. Which I believe this is still alpha. Almost beta though. They're getting there. You've fallen into mobs? That's rough. I don't think I've ever fallen into mobs before. Well, I mean, I fell, but not through terrain that would lead me to enemies that would kill me. Corpse Run is plenty punishing. They do have the workaround for the Corpse Run. You know, you find a Necromancer or Cleric or, you know, Summoner, and you don't have to Corpse Run, and you can actually recover some experience. I don't know how high that gets up to. I don't know if the later levels do more, but definitely pretty punishing. It's even worse when you die in Hobgoblin Cave and all of you are level 8, so there's no summoning your corpse. You gotta go in and fight your way. I think me and my team have definitely wiped a couple of times. And we had to go and fight for our corpses. I'm personally on a very low pop server, so it's just me and my team. So if I died in Hobgoblin Cave, there's no other team to help bail us out. And at this time of night, there's no one on. Oh, I can't even look at any zone. Let's see. We got one summoner we could ask for in Thornfast, but we'd have, like, if we died over here, we'd have to get that guy to come all the way out here. Yeah, this is all the people on my server right now. There's not a lot of us. If you're on a busy server, I guess it would be even easier, but I guess I'm in a more punishing thing. Mostly you get to your corpse. Why? Because finding someone was a pain. Was it a pain? Like, even in EQ's peak days? I thought everyone was, like, working together. There was, like, a whole thing. No one wants to leave camp. Oh. See, that was the one thing I don't like about EverQuest. I've heard stories about camps all the time. I hate the idea of sitting in a spot and camping enemies out. To me, that's against the exploration thing. Sit there, I want an item from this one particular enemy, so we're gonna get in line, we're gonna sit here, kill this enemy till it drops, and then we're gonna rotate other people in. Oh. Ups and downs to everything. That's the number one thing. Which is, to me, why I'm kind of torn on the... Wait, is this the entrance? Where am I? Did we miss the planes? It's kind of good social, but also at the same time not. You had good social of, you talk to people to get in line. It was more of like a queue system that you all handled manually. But also, people wouldn't want to go out of their way to help you. Because they're in line for the thing they want. and the thing they want takes a lot of time and effort. And it's a love and hate. Like, it's good take. But see, and it's like, are we only... who's the game for? Is this supposed to be EverQuest? And that's actually something that we had talked about a while ago. I had asked people, is this supposed to be EverQuest? Because it seemed like it the way everyone was talking about it. You have the solo mentality. No. I like Wizard not because it was a good solo class. I like Wizard because I like casting spells. And honestly, I don't think Wizard should be a good solo class. The fact we have to cast spells, and even though we deal a lot of damage, I am not a solo mentality. I do like playing by myself. I will. But the mentality going into an MMO, I like casting magic. So that was the sole reason of picking Mage Wizard for this whole thing. Necromancer would probably be a good second choice. It's magic, but it's death magic. I'm not a death magic kind of guy. But it would be, if I didn't have a mage, Necromancer would be the path to take. I was told the opposite. I was told mages were useless in EverQuest, especially in the early levels. You had one nuke spell, and then you were out for like 3 minutes. You little shit. Because I played a little bit of Mage in World of Warcraft. I didn't main them. Why didn't I main them back then? Remember? I think it's because everyone always needed a tank or something, so I was going warrior for the sake of tanking. I mained warrior, and I actually really liked hunter because you got a pet back then. Wizards were a solo class. Yeah, well, see, and so your idea of why I picked Wizard was because you play EQ, but I didn't. So I didn't jump into this game looking to solo. I actually jumped into this game thinking, or at least being told, that soloing was difficult and not something you wanted to do. So I brought a team with me. And we all kind of have our own little shtick, but I always thought of the holy trinity of tank, healer, DPS is the setup for us. So we always made sure we had a tank, a healer, and a DPS. And I wanted to be mage just because magic. But in this, I mean, yeah, the wizards definitely feel like an extremely powerful nuke, but definitely not a sustain fighter. Which it seems the bosses are long drawn out. Well, no, because we fought a boss. The boss was boring, though. I just hope that's changed in the future. See, World of Warcraft made sure bosses felt like unique and they were bosses. I know some EverQuest bosses were like that, but that wouldn't be until the later end side of what I've seen. Like, there was that one boss that, like, aggro's a whole zone. That's a boss, and they look different. But, like, we killed our first Hobgoblin boss. He just looked like another Hobgoblin. A group wizard could take out elites quickly. Yeah, we can take out, like, one elite quickly, and then we're out. And then it's like the wizard becomes useless for a minute. So, but I mean, like, yeah, so that feels that pretty good. That's good. It feels like I'm here and doing the job that I'm supposed to do. But did you see I paired with my Necromancer? Necromancer and Wizard do some good work. Alright. I think we've been by this. But, I'd hoped this had been pushed for a team. Their mana dumps in a group called them. The thing right now with wizards in this game is they made wizards have this focus system, and it makes casting a lot harder than it needs to be, I think. Really provide me with it. If he had mana. Yeah, I mean, that was World of Warcraft's version of mana. Not mana, mage. World of Warcraft, especially with the pirate software drama they had going earlier, is a really good example of what people expect from the mages, is that mages can definitely save teams from disaster, which is great. I think that's cool. I just don't feel that the wizard in this game does that. Hello, Glorious. I don't think the wizard in this game has anything more than just, like, blow one thing up really good. And that's fine, I guess, but I had hoped there'd be a little more AoE. Because so far, every spell is single target. And I'm halfway through the game in terms of my level, and my spells are kind of dried up. Oh yeah, so Enchanters definitely in this game. Enchanters also have good control. See, I never tried that. I think I can't quickly do it, but I think I can port people out. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Go back down the hill. That's a Dark Rat Skeleton. That one you don't want to mess with. Yep. Not that boy. That's a spooky boy. Oh, I remember hearing the Egris spell. I heard you can also channel it into, like, a a crystal or something, or maybe macro. I don't know. Someone said they'd done it like that. But Egress, old school Egress in bits of fantasy media was always the teleport away spell. I don't know why druids would have it. I don't know why druids here would have it either. I don't know. For me, it's a little weird that druids have. Oh God, is he coming by? Make sure you move. Don't get got by him. How tiny of a chance is that to drop, Sai? What sucked to Drew is when you cast the spell and the group gets pissed. Yeah, I could imagine that. I could imagine that. See, and so, well, like, World of Warcraft 2 had a lot of interesting ways to handle teleportation, summoning. Like, I would hope maybe they would do something in this game where if you gathered a party, you could summon people, like teleport them directly to your location, similar to how the Warlocks had, which is what I would assume a summoner could do, because you know they summon. But it's weird to me, druids have the power to teleport. It's, I don't know. Druids for me in fantasy have always been nature oriented, and teleportation was never in nature. But based on what he had said, that they were making the druids be arcane, so they're more arcane based. Bastard. I don't think I underestimate. I just think that if the estimation was correct, there would be no need to look and reach for newer players. It's always the business side of things that muck it up, right? It's like there are a lot of people who enjoy old EQ, and there are a lot of old EQ players that would branch off from enjoying exactly the way EQ was and looking for quality of life. Teleport in nature. Alanon from Sword of Shannara. Nature. I could see nature teleport. Something along those lines. It just doesn't seem like Egress is much of a nature teleport, though. If I were to be picky about it. Uh-oh. We getting, can I get the expose thing? I'll slow it. Poisoned it. You miss expose? Okay, dead. Star Wars Galaxies, if I could pick an old MMO. They fixed everything that was wrong with Ultima. I like Star Wars Galaxies. The only thing I didn't think I got into Star Wars Galaxies, I got too lost in that game. The player-driven economy, I always thought that most games did, but when the bots get in, man, they ruin the good economies. For sure.
It is, wait, what? Yes, casting will break the abyss. Hey, what's up, The Real Vicious? Good to see you. Wild's End is awesome, just needs a couple of dungeons added. Yeah, it does. It needs dungeons, it needs quests, it needs lore, it needs NPCs, it needs all of its insane, like, Mystery.
I played Star Wars Galaxies when I was a kid. I do remember. I played it on release. Oh, I know Star Wars Galaxies. It changed a lot after I had stopped playing it because I didn't keep up with it entirely. But like, I had gotten so lost in it that I think I
taking a first
was
look at
playing for a while, and it's just Oh no. I'm not saying it was bot driven. I'm just saying that in today's gaming, I would like a player driven economy.
All right,
But
so
usually the
next,
bots
Rockvine
come
Tangle.
in and ruin it.
I go back on. So this is your. Something chased me here. This is a snare. This is a snare that's actually a snare and a dot. And you resist.
And he resisted.
I got one of them snared.
Well, that's not one of them
Like
snared.
most things, as you guys are probably used to by now, these things are meant to get more powerful over time. So the snare that you get at low levels, Rockvine Tangle, is going to become more powerful at higher levels.
Is he calling snares a slow? What year did I play? The year of release. Let's see. No. 2005 is incorrect. I would have been 15 at the time. I was younger than that. When did Star Wars release? Yeah, 2003 sounds right. Teenage years, still in school. Yeah. Like, I don't know how young you think I am, Mantle, but yeah, I was I played on release because back then we were just getting into MMOs. I was looking for a whole bunch of ways to play MMOs, and I played Star Wars Galaxies. The first year it came out, 2003 sounds accurate. I got it as a present, and me and my friends loaded it up. Played it for like a month. We were having fun. I got super lost in it. I just remember like it was just not salvageable to me. And yeah, I definitely didn't play anything past 2003. So any updates, anything that came after 2003, like I don't even think the Jedi were there when I was playing. Like we didn't even know you could be Jedi up until like I guess someone got the thing in, and then we were talking about it, and I was gonna go back and play it for the Jedi thing, but like for how difficult it was to achieve being a Jedi, and then the fact you could lose it was we were kind of like, oh, no, we're okay. Thank you. Yeah, we didn't see Jedi, and then you had to get the cryptic. Like, I thought that was cool. And then, but the thing I thought was weird, like, if you use too much of your Jedi power when you're a Jedi, Vader'd slowly hunt you down. Holocron was the start of the end. Definitely seems like it. I remember there were dancers. And like exotic strip clubs started for the buffs. Oh, that was so weird to me. It was funny. Just walking. Hey, baby, you want to dance? Oh, Star Wars. Star Wars is interesting. And weren't there only a limited amount of Jedis? Like, only so many people could be a Jedi at a time?
In terms of how much it snares. The damage component is something that we'll need to balance as well.
I don't know where we are, King. I'm gonna walk in it. And we're killing stuff.
Yeah, thinking about it. Fluffy. Let's see. Swift Gill's Fen. So this is the first kind of one of those like special support abilities talking about imbue the aquatic nature of Swift Gills into the target, increasing their swimming speed and breath capacity for the duration. And this is the first rank of that, if you will. So the first official make you swim faster and hold your breath longer ability coming in with the druids. Druids are going to be really important for underwater exploration and the ability to kind of reach the depths and the places that we intend for players to try and reach, you know, to discover certain things.
Swimming is going to be a big deal in this, apparently. Okay, so what Joppa just said, they want you to swim deep and far, and druids are going to be necessary for it. Well, there's your utility.
Don't have an ETA on gnomes yet. Count. Yeah. There will definitely be enduring breath-like items. We're gonna be really slow to add like true water breathing, like full water breathing.
What was NGE? What did that stand for? I forgot what that. Because that's when they like opened up.
Be pretty slow to like introduce that.
Space travel, right? Or not what they did.
Of course, couldn't have a druid without Spirit of the Wolf. What's so funny to me is that
new game experience.
And I'm glad we did it. I'm glad that we did it, but we waited for the druid to introduce our first like run speed buff. We've had Windstrider in forever, which you know is a very important buff as well. But this is the first time we're introducing that, like, just make you run faster. And what I love about that is because now that it's coming into the game, like, it is going to have such a special place, you know, in terms of, like, the social shared, you know, buffing aspect of the game. Like, it's such an important, iconic buff. So, yeah, it stacks with sprint speed and all that stuff, too. Shaman will probably get a version of it later. And, but it's one of those that will probably, like, Druid will probably have the upper hand when it comes to this particular buff type long term. The cool thing about this as well is this speed buff is based on your level. So the higher level you get, the faster it innately becomes. So the base run speed increase is a 20% run speed increase, but as you level up all the way up to 50, it's getting incrementally faster. Yes, you can cast it on others, yeah. Is it weird to see so many people are hyped for Druid over Cleric and Shaman? Is it just, oh, new shiny or something more? Well, I think it's a couple of things. I mean, it's... people have waited a long time for this class. There's been people that have waited a long time. And so there's a lot of buildup of, like, waiting for and looking forward to this class. So that's part of it. Yeah, it's also new shiny. bringing the druid out is allowing for the first time everyone to see like, okay, how do the three healers kind of live together? Like where are their gaps and overlaps going to be?
When I asked when you played, there's a lot of people that said they played SG or RNG, not before. Yeah, no, I played on legit release. I actually haven't played any of the newer side of it, so I'm not sure. I just hope we get to stop looking like hobos. Be great. They got rid of the skill trees, man. I love skill trees. Skipping over to the Gleamers. Gleamers are good. Just expose them for me. Am I enjoying the Druid? Druid was never gonna be a class for me. Ever. I'm not a nature magic guy. So I was excited that people would have a chance to have, you know, magical healing and nature magic, but I would never play. I don't know. Like out of all the magic schools like that could be available, nature. I'm not a healer. I don't like being a healer. Being supportive is. I like magic. I like blowing shit up. I like my big boy ice, fire, lightning. It's just the style of magic I like wizards. Healers, I don't hate healing. I'm just not. It's not like my favorite thing to do. Yeah, but it's the type of magic, right? Like, it's not always just about really hurt this. But like you know, druids just like even in D&D is just not shtick. Fire and air, yeah. I mean, I would play a druid. I play everything. Summoners would be up my alley if the summons weren't so basic. I really hate summoner in this game. I don't like that you're just summoning rocks. And the rocks have, like, one element to that. It's too basic of a summoner for me. So I stayed away from the Druid in World of Warcraft. I stayed away from Druid in D&D. I liked... Well, I've always thought of druids at least to have familiars, you know, at least because if I did the D&D druid, you were a hunter in WoW. Yeah, hunter was the only like pet class I expected. But I thought at least they would have familiars. That was funny because see, I quit World of Warcraft right when Burning Crusade dropped, and I jumped back in Wrath of the Lich King. I didn't get to, and I didn't come back as a hunter either. I came back as a warrior. Did they have no more CC? Dang. I think Hunter was a very interesting class they had because it was a mixture of ranged and melee, and you could specialize in one or the other. I think Wrath of the Lich King may have been my favorite iteration of World of Warcraft, though. Shaman. Go for the links. Yeah, it's CC, vanilla, and dungeons runs. Yeah. Always the later iterations causing problems. Gosh, I sure am hungry. Yeah, well, actually, I'll be honest, I don't remember raiding much at all in Wrath of the Lich King. I don't think I got that far. I did a couple dungeons.
So I think that's part of the interest as well. So I think it's, I think there's several different things going on. Let's keep going. Gather fireflies. Now this is where we could kind of have a segue into the whole light source conversation. But what I want to do with the druid in a similar kind of, I don't know, a similar kind of vein as the ranger. I think there's a shape-shifting bug actually. See that? How it's like it's still reading the light source as being equipped. That's interesting. A similar vein as the ranger with their, well, I'll say this after I show you. So gather fireflies, you click it, you get a ground target, and then wherever you click again, that's where the fireflies form, and you actually create like a little pocket of fireflies where you click, and then that acts as a light source in that area for a good while. You can see the skeleton now becoming visible because of the light source. Like a nature version of Flare, indeed, indeed. Making lull work the same way. Just dropping like ground targeted lull bombs. Instant cast. Yeah, Rabe, it is for now. Like it is at the moment. That is working as intended at the moment. It's something that we're paying attention to.
That's the branding.
So yeah, it's just a really nice flavor ability for the druid, but it's also, very much part of their, it's an important utility as well. Let's see what's over there. Where we could segue into a conversation about lighting and darkness and kind of the importance of these things is what I just did right there. Having a torch on you at all times through a torch slot does not mean you can see off into the distance when it's dark. And that's where a lot of these other abilities come into play. By either increasing the base light that you have, so a ranger that has a torch in the torch slot but also has bright fire sap on their weapon, you're looking at a even brighter, larger kind of cone of radius of effect. So that's one kind of avenue to have that discussion. But
what have I seen that I like with the druid? Well, I mean, I'm gonna say that shield heal is kind of cool. That's kind of a druid spell that I would have thought so far. The lighting thing, I don't care so much about. The turning into a tree, that's very druid. I like that. That was funny. That made me laugh. I was thinking that if they did something like that, it would have been a little different. But I think ultimately druids look pretty fine. So far, just based on what I've seen. The movement speed thing, the underwater gills thing, kind of druidy stuff, so it's feeling druidy. Druidic. Still going through it. Let's see what else they got.
I think things like this also demonstrate that there's several other ways to interplay with our darkness mechanics that still really matter.
Could care less about the lighting spell. I hate the lighting spell on the wizard right now.
Yeah.
Hate lighting spells.
You're right. I agree with you.
I don't mind that we have them. I just hope that they're
Fire
better.
Sap needs to work in kind of the same way that the torch does, instead of like a swinging invisible light flying through the air. I mean, ultimately, anyway, I don't want to get in the weeds on it right now because there's a lot of different avenues we could take, and it's going to be a great, thing to get discussion and feedback from you guys on. But yeah, show the Fireflies.
Did he do a
in the
raptor?
cave? Yes, indeed.
What readings do you base your druid views on? Just general fantasy druid. So the few things I expect from a druid is that, again, nature-oriented magic, usually things like roots, entangling vines, weather, monsoons, lightning strikes, poisons, animals, these types of, you could draw almost anything from that. The role I expect a druid is, druids are, to me, supposed to be mage and healer. That's the two things druids are supposed to be in my eyes. So, because again, they're nature, so nature's got a lot of Mother Nature healing, and then nature also has a lot of damage types. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the type of healing I expect is mostly hots over time. Terry Brooks. It's just, see, for me, the way that I understand Magic, that's why certain games, I understand Magic in a fantasy point that, there's just general rules, very, very general things. And druids, the word druid just ties to nature, and there's a lot of different ways you can pull nature out of there. Then the same goes for wizards, and there's obviously 1,000 ways you can implement a wizard. You've got the Harry Potter wizards, which are not the wizards I prefer, but they're a type of wizard. You've got a whole bunch of different things that they From past, I expect Druid to be completely busted and way too good at everything. I could believe that. And so, yeah, I just, the way that I just see things is just a big general lens, but the theme still has to be there. And if you break the theme, you have to have a damn good reason lore-wise, and it's got to be present. It's got to be very upfront, noticeable, and present. But if the druids look like the druids I expect druids to look like, but then they're not acting like the druids, then I'm going to have a disconnect, and then that's when I start to not like things. The wizards in this game look like hobos, so they're wizards. Main druid was a battle druid. A battle druid, yeah, I could believe that. Druids could be a group of people too, and you have your individuals. Because to me, classes are supposed to be like a almost like a job, in a sense that warriors are just basic grunts of war, and there could be several types of warriors, but usually they're supposed to be the formation of frontline combat. And then the mages were long range magical combat. The greens are definitely. And then you're that scared the shit out of me. Some animal. So that's another thing I like is when a game takes a class and there's like different kinds of druids, right? I could get down with that. I can 100% get down with that. So like shape-shifting druids being more combat, turning into bears, like that makes sense to me in a way. You've incorporated nature in bears. But you know, then there's also different types of warriors. Guards, which are tanks. Berserkers, which are, you know, because you know, warrior is pretty broad. A broad term of what someone can do. Is he ignoring the gleamers? They're pretty good experience. What zone is this? This is Eastern Plains. This is one of the least developed, well, second least developed zones in the game. It's basically only for killing, and there seems to be some lore here, but we gotta wait for future updates to really see more of this zone come to life. I just want more modern MMO and one more run with my druid. And sad to say this. Probably, I'm with you on that. I still truthfully believe they should just fully remake EQ. But, like, modernize it a little bit, but, you know, make it EQ. That way, you know, you get what you want. I would love to see you happy. That'd be great. And yeah, this definitely has strayed quite a bit, I think, from EverQuest. Because people have been informing me of all, like, the differences they've experienced, and it doesn't sound like it's as close. But, I mean, it's kind of close, just not there. Oh my God. The legendary servers, what did they change on the servers? The legendary ones that don't make them like the classic. Like, did they actually, like, alter things that change the game? They changed the code that can't be classic is their explanation. So you can never have classic in some types of game. So wait, then how if they lost the code, what did they just not? Weird. So the P99 people have the code? You guys went far. That's weird to me. Oh, I see. I've heard of Daybreak. You get double wolfed? 25% of my mana, I'm smart.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of the torch conversation is like,
Oh shit. Focus the wolf, King.
yeah, I know, I hear a lot of people talking about how they, you know, how they liked it and it was meaningful and it made you make decisions and things like that. And I get that. I do. But you know, we have a couple of different mechanics in conflict. We have, you know, the fact that you're not able to switch weapons during combat, kind of coinciding with that, where if you've got, you know, tanks and melee classes that are needing to, you know, move deeper into dungeons, like move into areas where they have to go into, you know, low light or darkness, and if they get stuck in combat with a torch in their hand, then that's, I understand that that's part of like the, like there's no decision there. Like on one hand, the darkness mechanics are forcing you to need to use a torch to be able to see. So you either say like, I'm going in blind where I can't see anything for the sake of being able to use my two weapons, or not. And I think for the players that spend a lot of time on the melee classes especially, I'm not saying there weren't exceptions, but I think for a lot of it,
They definitely
for
need
a lot
to,
of people that had that experience, it was like these two mechanics are kind of not playing well with each other. This doesn't seem intended.
In terms of bursting
I mean?
something down, there are a few issues
and
with bursting things
really,
down,
well,
which
here we
is
go, fireflies in the cave.
the resisting possibility of my enemies. Really
They-
dislike that they can just ignore me.
They may have gone under the ground there. Hold on. Or no, maybe not. This is, you know, what I think is going on here actually is the same issue we had with Flare, where the cave, the volumes, the lighting volumes we use in the caves are like more intense. And I think I might have to change some of the lighting settings on this. to really have it work like we want. But I think this first one just ended up under the ground.
Project 199 did all the work. Have
See if we can fix
blessing
it
of
down here, maybe.
daybreak. That sign. Be able to do classic. Very nice.
Yeah, it seems like in some places it's actually spawning in under the terrain. It's kind of weird. Like if I put it like up on the wall just a little bit. Yeah, see, it's kind of like interesting. Try it on one of these. This does cost mana too, by the way, so it's not like you can just run around and. It seems like it does better when it's on. I don't know. I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look. All right. So let's see. Can you get the reset cooldown command? Yeah. I don't see any issue with that. None at all.
Hey Shiako, how you doing? Got the game yesterday? How you enjoying it?
Yeah, that's something we can experiment with. Visibility. Yeah.
Get your exposed.
Okay. So gather fireflies. All right, it's time.
Oh, I love a full 4 resist.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Herode. Now,
Bro,
to reiterate what I said in the beginning,
screwed here.
you know, the druid is still under construction. There are some things with the way Herode
Yeah,
is
I've
meant
heard.
to work.
The thing is, oh, he also pulled the.
That's different from our mainline pet system. That still needs to be in play. For example, it's not intended that Herode should be able to be commanded to like attack targets. Herode is meant to be kind of
Literally everything I had.
an
Potions and
extension
all.
of yourself in some ways. Able to put certain effects onto NPCs, but is not meant to like attack NPCs or be attacked by NPCs or be killed by AEs or stunned or anything like that. So think of Herode as kind of a visual extension of your character.
Yeah, that's
is the
that's what
case,
I heard
though,
about
with
EverQuest. And that's what
Herode
I
is
kind of thought about this
She
game
will
was that it
have,
was
like, other
mostly
pets.
not.
You won't be able to equip anything at all. We'll get this window updated,
Soloable.
for the different pets and all that still. But you won't be able to equip anything. You won't be able to put weapons in her
Made a very
hands or
sexy
anything
ogre
or anything
female
like that.
warrior.
But
Very
you are
nice.
meant to still come in here and pull from her abilities and basically slot out which abilities you want active. So like in this case, since I'm not grouping, I'm going to take Herode's Gaze off and put the Vine Woven Lasso on there instead. And you're meant to be able to go in and kind of move around and switch around their abilities like that, just like you guys are used to. The first ability that we're going to look at with Herode is again, kind of the basic bread and butter healing mechanism. So again, this is a pet healing class. You are going to be doing, quite a bit of
The
healing
lonely experience.
through
Yeah, sounds right.
through Herode as just as much as you are yourself. And the first one is just it is your direct heal. Your direct heal is through Herode. And it looks a little something like this.
That is weird. The pet does have the heal, the direct heal. Spirit Fox is kind of cool though. They making the.
Now,
I don't know. To me, that's a little weird.
if you remember what I said about the druid being a very mobile class, that means you can do this. You see that?
How close are you to
So,
leveling the king? I'm a bar away.
The goal with that, again, is that it would feel like an extension of your character, but also like it's this supernatural manifestation of a being, meaning they're not bound to some of these physical restrictions like we are. If I want to cast a spell, I need to stop, concentrate, and cast. But for Rode, I can be very active, essentially completely independent of the pet, and still be able to heal and things like that. The other cool thing about that also is if I want to park Hirode here, go check something out over here, I can use her lasso to pull me right back.
Oh, I know you could. I mean, I've heard a lot. But it's more like not that you couldn't, just unwise and or painful or longer than need be. Like in World of Warcraft, soloing was a very fluid experience, where it wasn't like almost everyone could solo. Where in this game, soloing is only up to a couple of classes that have enough sustain or damage to do it.
And you can do that with other players as well. So that's really helpful when, for example, you want to, like when we talk about the Verdant Fire tree here in a second, when you place this tree and you want to be able to move a target closer into the tree or to the tree, then you can do that with your group members the same way that you would do it with yourself. No, not in PvP, because it's a defensive ability. It's not offensive, so you won't be able to. If I get stunned mid Hirode heal, it wouldn't affect the heal at all. Yeah, correct. You can't go around just targeting anybody. It's group only. Non-interrupt. No, not a well, that heal. It's not. Hirode has that single direct target heal, so that heal is non-interruptible, at least right now. I mean, remember too, like. Developing a video game, balancing a video game is like landing a plane. Like, you don't just, like, it's not a straight shot every moment of the way. You're constantly readjusting, you're constantly, making sure that you're, in line and landing like you mean to. So it is likely that, just about everything to do with numbers, everything to do with potential mechanics, it has to go through a gauntlet of like implementation, testing it, feedback, all that stuff. So, but I think as long as there's constraints in terms of like you're not sitting there literally accessing your full healing kit through Hirode, you have a couple of specific abilities, then I think we're fine, especially when you have the limited access, the limited action set for them anyway. What changed? I mean, I always wanted Hirode in the design. It was more of a question of did I feel like I could get something close to and as compelling as I wanted for the druid with Hirode, with our current tools, knowing how many different things are going on right now and how I don't have. I mean, the kind of stuff that we could, if we had a couple more programmers that were just dedicated fully day and night to my whim, then the kind of things that we would have going on would be amazing. But you know, it's working within the timing constraints, wanting to be able to get a druid in, it's. But I was able to get it to a point and massage it to a point where I was like, okay, like this is enough. This is enough. It feels compelling enough. I think we're gonna keep it, even though my plan always was to eventually bring it back. Robert, no, we've decided to move away from the experience gain and loss in the PvP stuff, at least for now.
Oh, that's interesting about PvP. So apparently they were intending you to
I think what we're gonna do
lose
is
experience
add the,
in PvP and gain experience with killing
for the
people.
ogre.
They've taken that out.
The little fox
That's interesting.
doesn't quite suit a massive ogre, so we'll probably go with a white bear for the ogre druid. Dude, I know the ogre druids are gonna be so sick. They're gonna be so fun. They really are. All right, now let's talk about. Okay, follow me again, please. Let's talk about
So that
verdant fire tree.
that's one thing I don't like about EverQuest is how that old school method I think is outdated for loot. Because loot definitely isn't group oriented at all. It is first come, first serve, or you know, you're divvying it out. But I think World of Warcraft had loot done better, and then certain other games have done it best, where you get your own loot from a team kill, and then if something rare dropped, it was rolled on for the team. This just, to me, sounds far more optimal and makes me feel like I want to group with people, whereas grouping with randoms, I just don't like it in this game, because it's always like, well, who's getting what? And if you do round robin, the way the round robin works in this game, I don't like it. If someone, it's not round robbing the kills, it's round robbing the who's picking up win. And it's like when someone doesn't do it, you sit there, you're like, come on, man, we're losing bodies here. And if they don't like that, see, that's the thing, is like, I don't know, that's just a quality of life thing that just needs to be a part of this game. Because, to be honest, it's just we have an inferior way of doing it right now, where you have to put someone in charge, trust the someone in charge, and then manually roll. So Loot Ninja didn't really exist. Well, I mean, that's the same thing, right? Like, that happened in World of Warcraft all the same. Your name got out as a Loot Ninja if you needed for something you didn't need. But yeah, I truthfully, it's no different, because even if you didn't want a bad rep, and rep was important, rep was still important in World of Warcraft, because you still needed to, you know, you were known. You needed 40 people, but you were known, and you wouldn't get with those big groups that did big things if you were known to screw groups over. So, you know, the reputation, again, it's all the same method. I mean, you still do the exact same thing. It's just automated by a system so that the workload is taken off instead of like, you can't link items. That's also pretty bad. So you have to kind of describe the item, which is annoying, because then you just write in all this gibberish, which the gibberish is understood by everybody who understands what you're typing. And it's like, if I could just link the item, the item could show up, you know, it gives importance and value to the item itself. It shows it. The items just feel so. And while you could change class name, everything, you'd no idea who it was. Just don't let people change class in this game. Be the same thing. You could definitely incorporate that, but still have the loose, because it's all the same. I mean, like, no different. Still roll. You still hand it out. The leader it still determines whether or not, you know, and in EQ you can link items. I hope you can link items in this. I would really like that. But see, and then when we have link items, why not have a general role system where you would allow a pop-up? I mean, even if you wanted to initiate it by the individual player, you know, it's like, okay, all roles in party are going towards this. Hit the button to roll or to skip. You know, it's just fun. It gives a little more flair to the system we already use. It's just a little more streamlined, and it doesn't take away from old school in any way. If you invest time you didn't want to be a prick, and while you spent $10, you were a new prick. Back in Classic WoW, I don't think I could spend $10. You'd have to make a new character. I don't remember being able to change names. You might be able to now, definitely, because they have new microtransactions. But back then, coming on with a whole new character, I think you had to make a whole new character. Oh, we found the plains. Hey, we were kind of looking for them. Oh, lichens. Didn't know they were on the rock. Look at them. Why are these random ticks with the frickin'... Classic WoW and the Burning Crusade was the last of the old school gameplay. Yeah, and to be fair, Classic's where I spent most of my time. So Classic WoW, like I said, I think was the best iteration of MMOs. Period. I think it took everything that EverQuest had done. I thought you pulled one of them, you mad lad. But I just think World of War, like, I know this is definitely not an EQ popular thought, but I really don't like sharing dungeons with people. I hate it. I also hate that dungeons respawn enemy. Like, you can't go through a dungeon and enjoy the dungeon. Can't explore it. Can't see it. It's just kind of there to get items. And World of Warcraft made dungeons feel like an event, where you go in, you experience a thing, things you kill don't respawn until the dungeon reset, however system you want to do a dungeon reset for, and the dungeons felt like it. But the stage, you build up, you go through, get to a boss, you fight bosses have a chance to drop loot. In this game, and I believe in EQ, it's just more of just open-ended. Well, there's a boss in this general area, you can get to it, but you're going to have to fight your way through, and if there's another team there, you're going to have to wait your turn. Or you're going to have to fight for it, that's the other thing. Because they definitely have zoning into Halnirs. You zone in, but it's not your own dungeon, so it's really weird. And, like... elite enemies spawning on top of you is just rough. No breaks, no safe spots, like... That's rough. I know they plan to remove zoning, that's why I'm kind of concerned. I know they want to remove zoning from everything, though, but, like, dungeons, they should still have at least that. They should have your own dungeon, at least. That way you can actually experience a dungeon run and do actual dungeon runs, not dungeon camping. Make dungeons feel like dungeons. I got spoiled by Warcraft dungeons. Those were, at least the old ones, were pretty good. Classic WoW. Classic WoW dungeons were my favorite dungeons. Go through, you have a team of 6 people. Make your pulls. Pulls were, you know, and certain enemy groups were set up in a way that you had to learn how to fight that group instead of, you know, just learning to fight individual enemies. And, you know, it felt like an adventure in a dungeon. Whereas, like, the Halnir Caves of this game doesn't feel like an adventure. It feels like 90% of the directions in there are dead ends, and I don't know why they exist. I actually... I actually do not like Halnir's Cave. And the Hobgoblin Cave as well, I'm not a huge fan of. Because there's only one true path forward, and everything else is a worthless detour that you just bump into a dead end. You're like, well, guess not that way. Then you never go back that way. I also don't like the idea that dungeon bosses are behind placeholders. I wouldn't mind world bosses or ones in the open area are hidden behind placeholders, fine. But like, if I'm in there for a dungeon, I'm looking for a boss. That's raw. Yeah, no, I just, again, almost everything I say. I did play Wrath of the Lich King, but I think I was more focused. I played more time in Classic than I did. Yeah, no, these dungeons are massive. And the problem I have with these dungeons are, like, they start at a low level. So you can technically start Hobgoblins around 8. But then, like, you just go in a little bit. And the enemy's levels boosted to like 10, 12. And then you go in a little further, and now they're like 14, 15. And then you go further, and they go all the way out. Like, it doesn't feel like you can even do a full dungeon run at once. Like, the dungeons aren't leveled. You basically have to be max level to finish a dungeon. Almost how it feels, unfortunately. Because I think for the first dungeon, which is Hobgoblins, the skeletons in there at the far end are level 27. Yeah, but the modern old is the most, the modern and the old is the best MMO experience you can get. It's got all the quality of life that, you know, was just, all the quality of life missing in EQ was literally just because of limitations of what EQ was, you know? EQ wasn't exactly the way it was simply because people wanted it that way. It was that way because there were limitations on the mechanics implemented during the time. And World of Warcraft, when that came out, the reason it decimated EverQuest was because it took all of what EverQuest was and just improved because the technology was there to do so. But it didn't take away from the social aspect, which was what was important and lost along the way when, I believe, Activision took over. And so when Activision took over, then it became about the money. And it was like, okay, we got to make things simple and get as many people in as possible. So they ruined everything that made the MMO great, even though they had all the quality of life. That group of players may be niche, I'll be honest. But it is the group of players, truthfully, that'll bring in new blood that could give this game a fighting chance to live beyond just the couple thousand people playing it. Where are you? There. EQ killed EQ, not WoW. That's not true. EQ was still around when WoW was going. And WoW did pump numbers higher than EQ ever got. And sure, EQ may have not gone down the route it should have to combat World of Warcraft, but World of Warcraft took everything that EQ definitely had. And there were still plenty of players who liked EverQuest over World of Warcraft. That's 100%. I remember that. EverQuest still kept getting updates. And then that abysmal EverQuest 2. I actually jumped onto EverQuest 2. And EverQuest 2 was interesting. I thought EverQuest 2 was very interesting. But again, you're right. But in that regard, the reason EverQuest 2 exists is because EverQuest 1 was outdated and still technically is compared to World of Warcraft. Like, the step forward World of Warcraft made, so World of Warcraft was the EverQuest 2, far more cartoony in a different universe, of course, but it was the step forward the genre needed. New and old player, yeah, that'll happen. I mean, if they could ever just release an MMO and not touch the fundamentals and just add to it, that'd be great. But I think a lot of problems is it comes in, like you say, they streamline some things, and then old players are like, wait, no, I don't want this. And the new players are like, oh, this is great, I'll start playing the game. And it always causes a kerfuffle. Well, we'll have to see where this lands, you know? I'm okay playing it the way it is right now. I'll probably be around for a while. When the game officially releases, I'll probably get a couple characters to max. But if the dungeons just don't feel like dungeons, I know that's gonna take away a lot from me, but I'll still play through it. It's just not gonna stick in the long run. Like I'll reach my end and I'll be like, I've done it. Done. And then pack it up and leave. Yeah, you definitely can't touch the EverQuest niche without good money, and it does not seem like they've got the money. It's a shame. Which is, oh, whoa, there's a whole lot of ticks here. Because even back when Pantheon was led by Brad, right? Like, he was the one that had the Kickstarter, is that correct? And it didn't make it. Alright. And bastard. Oh, oh, the poison on. I was looking back at the expansion release for EQ, and they're releasing every 5 to 6 months. They bloated EQ way too quickly, possibly. That was always meant. But was he around when the kicks? He was there for the Kickstarter. I don't know. I don't know the timeline in which he had passed. He passed recently, right? Like using Pantheon. Did they ever release how he passed? Oh, okay. Fair enough. I've known my ice. Did I use... I guess I can use my ice powers again. I see. That's rough. So I think I heard of Vanguard. When I was growing up, Vanguard, I remember people, my brother especially, before he passed, was really excited for Vanguard. And I think it was like supposed to be the World of Warcraft killer. And then it came out and just flopped. What was the cause of the flop? Like, did people not like it? What was up with that? Sony pushed it too early. Too buggy. Look at Vanguard now, EQ with some changes. That's a heartbreaker. I heard there are Fox people in Vanguard. I rushed because Brad. Heartbreaker. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But just knowing the story is always interesting, you know? It gives you telltales of red flags to always watch out for new development. Patterns. Rats! I mean, I played weird games that were really like outdated too, that I kind of like a lot. One of them was Nexus: The Wind Kingdom. That game, if anyone's heard of that game, that one, old school. I don't think it's fair to mention drugs. I've heard multiple people who are running less than they don't believe that, and usually bring up his health problems. Crazy thing to me though is that they're kind of hiding the cause of death. Weird for me, but I mean, I could see why they would if it is drug related, but if it's not, I mean, it's not like it changes how I feel about him or his games, right? Like, still made EverQuest, still made good games. And, you know, just the facts of like, if it were the case, it is. And it's not like it's to besmirch him in any way or talk lowly of him. Yeah, his death is very hush hush. That's what's crazy to me is it is, and just to say health problems, I mean health problems could come from that, or he maybe had something else, and it could be just a very private thing. I don't know, but someone who's important could have had a whole host of things, but it doesn't take away from what he's done or his accomplishment. He's made a very, very great world and has been pretty good at his storytelling, and I think it's fair to always just it's fair to remember the good and not, you don't have to ignore the bad, but as long as we remember the good he's done, I think he's done fairly good. I didn't know I'll ever do though. I've always wanted to make an MMO. I went to go be a game designer because I wanted to make an MMO. And I just got caught in a different path of life, unfortunately, myself. I always love fantasy stories. Brad was a part of Sony. Man, well, so EverQuest was a Sony product overall, like published by Sony, or I'm about half a bar, yeah. Very interesting. I didn't even know that. Vanguard and EverQuest were. I basically want to get you and I leveled up, and then I need to go eat. Starving right now, but I want to push forward because I don't want to have to run all the way back here again to push your level or mine. I want to make sure we make it. Brad was EQ. Yeah, I assume, I figured he was the creator of EQ, which is fine, and that's fair. I just assumed that because this wasn't like gonna be the next like a legitimate like literal EverQuest 3 or something, you know, it is mostly because he wanted to make something that surpassed what he made before. It's just how I think as a creator, like it. But why I wouldn't iterate my own Sony EQ keynotes. Is the rat gonna D in? Drank so many potions being out here, Jesus. If these duck things can just, you know, say quack, that would make me so happy. I heard of EverQuest Next, but I played EverQuest 2. I don't think I played EverQuest Next. I don't remember what EverQuest Next was, but I am familiar with that. There was an iteration of EverQuest Next. I just don't remember. At one point, I knew what it was. Never got off the ground. poison. These ticks can run. More damage than I anticipate. There. Few blips away. Well, sounds like me. I just need to jumpstart my dev career and make a brand new MMO that's a perfect mix of modern and old and just give everyone a new experience worth living for. And then make a druid. I really should get on my programming. Relearn it all again. I don't have the skill. Well, I don't have the skill I used to in programming. I can write a story. I can write mechanics. I can write how they would work. I wish I could hire you. I can't code. Or at least I haven't coded in a long time. Raph Coster. Game testing would be a good thing. I always wanted to get in via game testing, but I could never find my way in. It'd be fun, not a job. I mean, jobs can be fun. I understand, though. Appreciate it. It's a nice thought. Good gesture. Is that Raph Coster guy? What's neck deep in his MMO? What MMO is he playing? You let me know, Gray Mantle. I'll always be here for you. He knows how to do economy. He's making Star Wars Galaxy's spiritual successor. The only... let me be real why I never got into Star Wars Galaxies or any of the Star Wars stuff. I'm a fantasy guy. And the crazy thing is that Star Wars is actually a fantasy future thing. But, like, the sci-fi stuff always pushes me off. Just because the realm of things I like is fantasy. I like fantasy a lot. I like knights, I like wizards, I like... Princess is trapped in a castle with, you know, dragons or some... Just the stupid old school stories. Good old time. Just how things I've liked. How much more you got there? Star Wars, but I did play Star Wars Galaxies, and I do get behind a little bit of Star Wars. That's why I did try it. Far left. Dude, I remember you guys got me to play Fantasy. I don't know if you were part of it, Sai, but I played Phantasy Star Online 2. Like, I was promised it was going to be fantasy. Like, I did not get that, and it turned out to be something completely... I did enjoy it, though. Okay. I've always loved the idea of having your own shop in an MMO. People walk in, buy goods, and just stock it. And I was like, I love that idea. I love that idea. I've always wanted that in an MMO. Maple Story was the one that Stars Reach. I'll keep an eye out for Stars Reach. Maple Story, I think, had an iteration that it got me excited for having your own shop, because in Maple Story, like, you would literally put down a storefront and people click on it, opens a box, and you buy from what you put in there. Nexus the Wind Kingdom had kind of a thing where it was like a marketplace, and you go up on a hill, you drop all the things on the hill you want people to buy, and you, if they wanted it, they tell you, and then you're like, okay, it's this much. And I like that idea. There's not a lot of games that have really good economies, mostly because they don't set up to have the economies exist in a way that a shop is ever needed, especially for crafted goods. New World was an example, I think, of poorly done player trading and crafting, where like all players would craft, and then like, of course, all players would then trade with each other, but there was never really a need to buy someone else's gear, because your gear would never, there would be no need to buy other swords, weapons, and all that. And so if you were to do a shop that sold weapons, you'd either need to have a good variety or a reason that someone would need to buy the same weapon, give reason to go back and buy another. The only things you would probably keep in stock at like a merchant's thing is maybe consumables and things for crafting. In Star Wars Galaxies, how did they handle the weapons? Did your weapons degrade over time? I think you could have an economy with crafted weapons. You would need to implement that the pieces that make the crafted weapon would then need to be crafted to repair said weapon as a way to have the basic form of an economy, if I'm not mistaken. Like, for example, in this game, how you build the blade, the hilt, and stuff like that. So someone could blade and sell you a full new blade, but then to repair your blade, you'll have to buy new blades, new hilts, and then just slowly repair those things, which would be the way that, like, so then the crafters are making the spare hilts that would fix your gear. It'd make most sense to me. Buffs for drops as loot. Okay. I think everyone in New World was broke until the glitch, the exploit for money came along. Oh, attachments would be also another good thing that you could definitely add, yeah. I could see that being corpses. Corpses everywhere. Another interesting take for this game, I think. I don't know how EverQuest did it, but in World of Warcraft, hunters had to make every single arrow they shot. Or at least most of the arrows. I'm just shocked this game didn't take that route. I think I was with you on that. I got lost in... I remember just being lost in Star Wars Galaxies and just, like, not knowing where I was or anything. I heard they made, like, you could do housing almost anywhere in the worlds of Star Wars Galaxies. Inching closer and closer. I'm already almost at half bar. You have no idea how excited I am for when you... I am hungry. Probably gonna drop stream even. Starving. More trees over here. Oh, beast, dude, don't talk and make me hungry. Up there. Alright, don't go that way. There's wolves.
Strungle's on, by the way.
Strungle's on.
Yeah, he's standing here in the middle of the road in starting area.
Alright, well, I'm gonna vanish before I come back in. Strungle's on. Bro. We got PC and Sai's here, and if Sai isn't going to bed, bro, we got a full party. We got all DPS, a tank, and a healer. Oh, Oh, we could go deep into Halnir. We can do a lot. We can also level Struggle to 15. Hooray! But I need to eat. I'm so hungry. It's interrupting like my focus and everything. Starving. The fact you're waiting so long just tells me you're not going to do it right now. Like, I don't want to diss your D&D team, but this is the immediate sign that, you know, it ain't happening. Tell you what I do love about this game that that's not in any MMOs is a down and dead system. Like you could be downed and you can be picked up. That's so rare in an MMO. Normally your HP 0, you're dead. You're just dead. Well, this game you go down, you got one little brief moment of hope to cry for help. I never played Blade and Soul. You could self-revive? That's weird. Well, I mean, I guess not too weird in comparison to having, like, reincarnation as a mechanic. You know? Walks right next to the links. This man. Tiny ass spear. Alright, we unstucking? Does it see you move? Oh, I loved Planet Side. That was a unique game. It's still around, but I don't think it's the same as it was. I remember training my license to get a big carrier craft so I could fly it around. Dude, that was so fun. That was the first time like futuristic MMO caught me hard. Like, I was like, oh, I had such a good time. I remember sneaking into bases that weren't guarded and just starting to hack all of the stuff in there. Just literally suicide bomb my plane into, like, people because I didn't have any gunner. Alright, boys. I'm going to take a brief break. So, stream's coming down for a little bit. I appreciate love and support. I'll be back about an hour-ish. I'm